Nope. Not getting coding on Twitch. Why am I holding this? First. Okay, good. Discord is also back. Discord is back. Browser, I really need a button for this. Probably get rid of Majestic Creature. And move things around. Okay. Oh, right, that's how this works. Scene, browser. Okay. Now I just have a button for it. There we go. So I'm just talking about making a button for it. Make a button for it. Now without further ado, let's get into this Devo. He wants your faith. But without faith, it is impossible to please him. For he who comes to God must believe that he is a rewarder of those who diligently seek him. God knows what you want, and he'll give you what you desire, but you have to give him what he desires first. And what he wants is your faith. He wants to see our faith in the small things that people don't see. It's your faith he desires when you submit to forgiveness and let go. He desires your faith in being long-suffering and patient with others and kind. Faith in being good and overcoming evil with it. When you apply faith to your daily living, those small life moments, and you see the results of his word, it will make it easy to give the Lord your faith when issues arise. When you don't know what to do, you'll continue having faith. It'll be easy to provide him with your faith when he tells you to launch out into the deep in your calling. Because you have faith in him, your Father that takes care of you and covers you will receive and the reward of it. You will receive the word of it. Blah. Words are hard. You will receive the word of it. Now they want my faith. Here it is. There's a lot of turbulence around me. If you want faith, here it is. Help me give you my faith. My everyday life moments. In every stream. Which prepares me for things you have planned for me. Heart and faith are yours, Abba. I declare I will receive the reward of it. In Jesus' name, amen. And a random thought I had during all of that. I could have just gotten rid of the Genshin scene. The Genshin scene button, because I'm probably not gonna stream Genshin anytime soon. Skipper Humpback. I don't care if it's clams. It's clams port. And I really like clams port with blob. I like just about anything port with blob. I can't remember if I don't think I logged in just to get stuff yet. I'm also not sure if I have stuff to go get. Okay, that's closed right now. I'm more likely to use it than... There we go, we have a full lobby now. Why is there constantly Respawn Punisher in the Splatoon store? Stop. He fought me while the missiles were still on him. Well, that was a rather pointless jump. Good. Thought as much. And they have double backline. Okay, they may be playing backlines, but they don't seem to be the sharpest knives in the crown drawers. But now it's also a 3v4. Child, it's a 3v4, and you third-partied. You don't get to taunt in a 3v4 where you're third-partying. But you also have quite... You also have the range advantage. Children must be spanked. Wait. He also has a name that I'm pretty sure he means to be offensive. Pretty well. Okay, time to flank and win by taking their turf. do. What's good with you today? Not a lot going on so far today. Just woke up. Okay. But I didn't ask you how it's going. I asked, what's good? I actually mean for people to answer my question seriously. Because I'm trying to get people, like, to not just think about their circumstances, but to think positively. I mean, what's good? Just think about what in your life is good and go from there. Okay, let's use our immature splatling friend. Yes, like literally, what is good? Because when most people ask how are you, they don't literally want you to tell you how you are. They just want you to say good and move on with the conversation. Which I don't like because if I'm not good, I don't want to just say good. And like, I actually would want to answer the question, but I also don't always feel like. I don't want to constantly be answering that. I should have used that somewhere else. Bad touch. The Ukraine. Okay, so it's good that you're not the line of fire of all that conflict. I like coffee. Not particularly a fan of coffee, but it is good to enjoy things you enjoy. I'll try to get the rest of that. Now that I'm done with this match, I'm just staying with in. I don't know what Parag is. Ooh. Yes! Okay, if you're just getting Splatoon, and by all means... Yes, I actually meant literally what's good. Capital of the Czech Republic. I have heard of the Czech Republic. I don't know much about the Czech Republic. Shalom, Astro. What's good with you today? Go away! Crossing border in Poland. Okay, drop you. Uh-huh. You're a cute little Hydra. But not as cute as you think you are. Let's go flick. Ukraine, crossing border Poland. Okay, at least you got out of it. Alright. Let's stop by Astro. May the Lord be with you. Don't know a lot about Czech either. History is part of the Soviet Union. Yes. Oh, I've gotten up to 3020. I've seen more. The other day I had to block a squid partier who had 8,000. Squid partier. Somebody who queues into a game, but instead of playing the actual game mode, they just flop around like an idiot. They basically just come in to throw, but they try to make it seem like they're not. So they bad place to booyah bomb. They try to make it seem like they're not complete trash, but just claiming they just want to party. But it's like, no. No. It's not cool. There are people here to actually play the game. They want to play turf, or it's worse when they do it in ranked. Which I don't see as many in ranked. How many? They have triple missiles. And that's getting really obnoxious. 800 and smash. If I have a little smash. Get here eventually, but money. Yeah. Even though Splatoon 3 is coming out soon. It's coming out this year. I say you made a good choice. Because the more you play Splatoon now, the better you'll be at Splatoon 3 when that comes out. Don't play Switch much. Makes sense. Hope you'll be able to get your PlayStation back. Okay. That is a very good perspective to have. Oh man, the missiles. The stupid missile spam. I see how it is. But that's why I picked up missile weapons. So that in situations like this... Wait a minute. Okay, you still have yet to send a friend request. Yep. Started on Legends Arceus late because, well, Shining Pearl kind of put a bad taste in my mouth. I should have just waited for Legends Arceus, then I would have gotten it immediately. But yeah, I've been playing Pokemon since I was 7. the one red and blue. Huh. That's... yeah, that's weird. I picked up... Oh, I hate how the missiles do that. Why do they have to go so far behind you? There it is. Okay, I'll pick that up between games. So one, I'm not standing there doing nothing while the game is just going on around me. And two, if I try to pick it up like during a certain part of matchmaking, I can DC out the lobby. Which I also don't want to do. Or do I? Oh, you can turn off the tilt controls, but I don't recommend doing that. The motion controls are actually, they allow you to control the game so much better than sticks. They give you a lot more accuracy and precision with your controls. I highly recommend playing through the single player with motion controls to get used to it. Yeah, I'm playing with motion. Although another thing is the way you hold your controller is also going to help a lot. So I just hold it very level like this. Also, while I'm sitting, I have my controller in my lap in such a way that it stabilizes my movements. Just takes some getting used to. I'm kind of the exact opposite. I wouldn't be playing this game if it didn't have motion. Okay. Shalom, scene. Let's go with you. Let's look forward with. Thank you, Slava, for the follow. You're learning ink brush? Nice. I've barely played ink brush, so I also don't think anyone left the lobby, so that means no. For the follow as well. Okay, one thing I can say about ink brush, there is a common misconception that run speed will increase your running speed while you're pushing the brush. That's a myth. If you want to do that, get MPU. That's what that does. I wonder if they'll... Yeah. That's just something that's hard to know if people know or not. And that's pretty much the most I know about ink brush. Other than it's very short range and get out of my face. Why do people think this is a good idea? That's not actually a good idea. Yeah, not a good idea. Because you have to get close to people who can just shoot you from afar. That's another thing. Don't use Respawn Punisher with brush. It's too short range for that nonsense. Uh-huh. Okay, I don't know what he was doing. Just hiding, biding his time. But hooray, we win. Okay, did get C in there. I mean, if you prefer Octobrush. I think more of the hardcore brush mains go for Ink Brush because it's faster. Okay, we had her, right? Then somebody left. Worked on overall tower control. Okay, that makes sense. Yeah, picking up new weapons. There's always a learning curve in figuring out how exactly your new weapon is supposed to work. Ink brush. Welp! Ah. I left too much up to my allies. Apparently. Apparently they can't take care of themselves. But hey, have you... Wait a minute. Are you in here? Wait, yep. Oh! This is why I always keep the same name. Easier recognition. I'm guessing this is also why you didn't send a... on the fun request quite yet, because you're already playing. How did I get... Okay. Smart. Backing off. Ah. Well. I jumped off the exact wrong time. Ah. I'm not doing the tutorial, I have no idea. What the... MP? Okay. You could have killed me. Okay, I need to take a more active approach, it seems. Huh? What? How? Yeah, you're getting the hang of it. Okay. Shalom, Hoshi. Wait, I think I recognize you. I have to press that button later. Some tentacle, the brush fighting you. Oh, part of it is also end of the game. I just want to get as much paint out as possible. I'm used to having tentacles right now. How did that person die? I would also appreciate it if you would respect the no backseating tag. I have over 3,000 hours in this game alone. I don't have to hit you as much to kill you with this thing. What's good with you, Hoshi? Let's try answering that instead. I like that better. Let's see, making new friends in Splatoon, that's nice. Wait a minute. Almost got one more for the road. Nah, this is good. I'll go with this. Because this weapon is good. That's why I'm using it. What? Okay. All over the road. And then I skip over snipe. Oh no. Oh no. What have I made you do? What have I made you do? I wasn't paying attention. I didn't see what's up anywhere. Uh-huh. Sharky, sharky. I'm Neo. Child. What was with the squid backing just there? Hey, win. No need to be rude. That's not gonna end well for you. That's not likely to end well for rotation. Now we have Skipper Humpback. Yeah, every 2 hours, the maps swap. Which you can get a little... Not here. You can get a little preview by hitting the X button to pull up this menu. And then hitting R button to get over stages. You'll see the current stages and the next stages. You'll also be able to see the ranked and league rotations, as well as Salmon Run. Well, that looks like a hard pass. The next one, the one that's soon, but the one that says next. Oh, I see Bloblobber. I see Explosher. Even Slosher. That looks like a lovely time for me. Let's see, that's the 10th. 10th through the 12th. So I'm pretty much going to have the 11th. I am very much looking forward to the Slosher rotation there. I have to wonder why the Swatling is there. We could have had Tri-Slosher, Slosher, Bloblobber, and Tri-Slosher, Slosher, Bloblobber, Explosh. But I don't think they'd do that. Sloshers are definitely my favorite class. And they have expanded since Splatoon 1. They added Blob and Explosh. The question is... Oh, we don't need more Sloshers. No, we need more Sloshers. More Sloshers! Alright. I know what I'm doing because you said that. I know exactly what I'm doing. Pulling out my main. My favorite weapon in this whole game. Wait, I do have you added as a friend, right, Scene? I think so? Yes! Okay, good. And we also have... I'm going with Hero Yam. Which, to join in a turf war, since Hero Yam is new to Splatoon, you'll have to go to friends. Then just go to your whatever friend you want to join. Go to their name. Oh. Playing the music game. I don't think I've ever played that music rhythm game. But back in Splatoon 1, when we played on the gamepad and you had little games you could play while you were waiting for a lobby, just on the gamepad, I would play the squid jump game. Squid jump, yeah. It was just a pretty basic. You were a squid. There were platforms. You just jump. There were a few other games. There was like a volleyball game. I can't remember what else they had. Welcome back. So you'll go to down below Turf War, there'll be a friends option. You'll find my name in there, select that. I thought you were... How quickly did you... Oh, you left a beacon. That was just fun. Jailing them. Okay, be angry. gonna try to come back. Somewhere over the rainbow. He's trying, but no. How? Cute cat saving Onslaught on the bench. Stressfrost instead of Inkling. Except Inkling actually has moves that they can use. Judd and Little Judd. Okay, they are in Smash, but just as spirits. They're not playable characters. Because they're just not a moveset you can make for them. And they judge the matches. Like, if you pay attention at the end game, at the end of the game, when the results are being shown, they will be, like, those cats will show up. There's a guy in a race car. Okay, true, but I think for Splatoon, rather than making up a moveset for this side character that judges the game, they want to let you play as the characters you play as in Splatoon. Because Captain Falcon, it was the main character of F-Zero. But it doesn't make sense to just add in this random like side character and just make up a moveset for the side character. Same with Villager. Villager is also a main character. Like, they didn't just... They also... Yeah. Judd is not the main character, so it doesn't make sense to add him over Inkling. If you could fully customize Inkling and Smash. Yeah, but then they'd have to make every character fully customizable. Which they kind of did a little bit in Smash 4. They had some custom moves you could select. But that was not a popular option, so they just scrapped that for Ultimate. Have to be the main character. Min. Okay, they addressed that as well. I forget the name of the creator of ARMS, but that when Sakurai was trying to figure out which ARMS character to make, he was asking he was asking ARMS director who the main character was, and his answer was that they're all the main character. At least to him, they're all the main character. So Min Min is the main character. And so is every other character in ARMS. My argument still stands. The main characters. Yeah. But Judd is definitely not the main character. There is no argument you can make for Judd being the main character. I didn't even know there was an ARMS popularity contest, but I'm glad she won. Because when I played ARMS, she was my main. And now she's one of my mains in Smash Bros. Because she's kind of ridiculous. I don't play enough Smash to master her. But I also don't play Smash with enough people where that matters. I need to play like a masterful level with her. On the rare occasions, I do actually play Smash. You stop with your lag! I kind of wanted to leave this lobby because I'm getting really tired of this one roller. And your Yeah, I want to get away from this roller. I really want to get away from this roller. Because it's pretty much just going to be whoever's on this roller's team just wins. Because this roller is way too good. Paint. They don't spend money. I don't know how exactly they make the ink, but I'm pretty sure they make the ink. My roller wouldn't have been so bad in a higher level lobby where... Really? Just about everybody knew how to deal with them. Well, if you think that's disturbing, have you ever thought about what happens to all that ink after the game? Well, if you stay in the same lobby... Oh, wait, you're just saying... I'm pretty sure the roller stayed. That roller did not seem like he was moving anytime soon. He is content to just bully. Bully with all his lag and swim speed. I was not expecting you to drop. Nope. So the ink is actually broken down by microbes. There's bacteria that breaks the ink down, and it does it fairly quickly. Delayed quad! You need to unlock... Yes. You go to Ammo Knights. But you can just hit X. And then it'll be the shop that's on top. It'll be a little horseshoe crab looking guy. You also can buy gear in the shops. Yeah. See that money, that coin icon? That's what you use to buy weapons. It's also what you use to scrub and do a lot of stuff with merch. I'll have to introduce you to merch. If you want good gear, he's gonna be your best friend. Why apologize? You're new. So you're not really expected. Every game's got its learning curve. And besides, I'm doing plenty to keep them occupied myself. Okay, we both have double charger. Okay. So right now you got a junior. The junior's actually a pretty good weapon. It's good. You just can't really engage with it. And another thing you need Okay, one good thing about the starting weapon, the Splatoon Junior, it has a slightly bigger ink tank than any other weapon in the game. And what that allows it to do is spam bombs like no other weapon in the game. Yeah. And then you're also going to want to kind of move around like what I'm doing for the most part. Just quickly shoot some ink in front of you and then swim through it. Mwahahaha. Bombs are definitely your best friend as a junior. You can use them to just pressure opponents from afar. And another thing with judges and snipers, yeah. What is the thing on the top right? That would be your special gauge. When that's full, you can use your special. Splatshot Junior has a very powerful special that gives armor to your entire team all at once. And to activate your special, you press down on... I think... Okay, I can't remember which stick it is offhand. Both seem right in my mind for different reasons. Like when I think about activating special, I think about pushing down on the left stick. But it might be the right stick. It'll tell you which one. Because it'll have the little icon of the stick next to the special. Or it won't. I'm a junior. I'll have special soon. That I can tell you. Okay, it is the right stick. Once that's full, it'll... Okay, normally I wouldn't go into a fight with a junior like that, but I knew I was against an arrow spray, which has less range, more spread, and... less range, more spread, and kills in more shots. Also, activating your special will instantly refill your ink tank. Which I use a lot with Junior, because I have a build to use where I can throw 2 bombs with my Junior. That's what I'm using. I can throw 2 bombs on 1 tank. I have my armor completely up. A sniper. Shotgun. No, the shotguns are Brellas. Brellas are the shotguns. Chargers are definitely snipers. At least the longer distance ones. Once you get down to Squipper range, well, Squipper's, I think, the shortest. Is that goo? Oh, every weapon one-shots. That is probably due to latency. But shooters, there is no shooter. Well, unless you count blasters, but most people don't count blasters as shooters. They're defined as the game and by the game as a subclass of shooter, but they're not. And now we're just completely outranged, so this is not going to go well. That ended up being close. Yeah. It one-shots, but only if you hit it direct. Up on top of walls. Okay, you hold the ZR button to swim, and then there are certain walls you can paint and swim up. It's mostly by texture. You can just kind of... Because the unpaintable walls tend to have certain textures to them. Like those rebar crate things, or being like black and... looking black and slick. Or like glass. Like this is not paintable. That's all not paintable. That's glass, that's not paintable. Oh. My blob lobber can kind of, sort of one-shot. It shoots out 4 blobs in a row. If all 4 of them connect, it's a one-shot. That's the dynamo roller. Oh, cancel dynamo roller. Okay, it's a roller. Yeah. But it's a heavy roller. It's a heavy roller that can fling ink pretty far. I can see that where that might be much more of a shotgun, but definitely not. Well, one thing is the Kensa Dynamo, or the Dynamo in general, it's very slow. And if you can outrange it, you stand a much better chance. Right now, you just don't have much range. So you kind of want to avoid, but you also have bombs. They have a lot of end lag on their flicks, so if you roll a bomb at their feet, they won't have time to move and the bomb will take them out. You can kind of do the same thing against Bloblobber. It has a bit of end lag, so if you roll a bomb. Yeah, it's very sluggish. It takes a while for its flicks to come out, and then it's stuck for a bit before it can start its next action. Lag plays a part in that. Lag, latency. Oh, if I had Thermalink. Okay, smart. Run away. Stay alive. Stay alive is a good strategy in this game. And Bloblobber is very good at making people not do that. I can hit people from a lot of funny angles. That's probably because you're Junior. One of the big downfalls of Junior is the amount of spread it has on its weapon. So if you look at your reticle, you'll see a crosshair in the center and brackets out to the side. The crosshair is where you're actually aiming. The brackets are where your shot can deviate to. So because of Junior being a 4-shot kill and having a lot of, 1, limited range, and 2, a lot of spread on its shots, it's not a weapon that you want to be relying heavily on your main weapon. Junior wants to rely on bombs and just throwing bombs at enemies. Something you could try doing is looking for an ally who's in a fight and throw bombs at the person they're fighting. You should be able to buy some weapons already. Every level until you get to level 30, you will unlock new weapons to buy. You chose death! But not at my hand. Let's see. At level 2, you should get roller splatter shot. Splat charger. But splat charger is... It takes a lot of precision and a lot of patience. Oh yeah, that's a grate. So these are grates. You can stand on them in kid form, but as soon as you turn to a squid, you will fall straight through it. Okay, I was expecting him to throw behind. That is a booyah bomb. Booyah bomb, yeah. It's basically the spirit bomb from Dragon Ball Z. You'll get there, just be patient. That and Splattershot Jr., you can use it to very good effect. Its strengths are painting and support. And spamming bombs like no other weapon can. You also have Ink Armor, which is one of the most polarizing specials in this game. Because the power of Ink Armor is you can instantly give your entire team 30 extra HP. Which is huge. It makes everything take an extra shot. Oh! You switched weapons. That's a good realization. This is a messy game. Could go either way. Dang it. Okay, another thing. What do I do about Tentamissiles? Okay, so Tentamissiles, before they actually hit, they'll form a dot on the ground. You can avoid, you can just swim away from that dot to avoid. So what a lot of people will do is hold still until the dots start forming and then just move out of the dots. Or they just keep running and the missile, although if you just keep running, you could potentially kill someone else with Tentamissiles. Well, speaking of Tentamissiles, you should be able to go get Splat Dualies, which come with Tentamissiles. Those are kind of an easy weapon to use for a new player. Okay, so if you're coming out, all right, if you're starting in the lobby, facing towards the tower with Krusty Sean's behind you, you'll go towards the tower and Ammonites will be the last shop on your left. You can also hit X to access the shops and use... It's either R and L or ZR and ZL to cycle through the shops once you're in the shops. You can buy yourself new gear at shops too to get new abilities. Gear is... Gear is like the clothing that we're wearing. So that has different abilities on it. It has a main ability, and it can have up to three sub-abilities that the gear won't have when you first get it. They won't have any sub-abilities, but as you battle, you'll get more abilities on your gear. Splatter Shot, Splat Roller, Splat Charger. Splat Charger I definitely don't recommend for somebody who's new, unless you really like snipers. If you really like snipers, go for it. That also, let's see. What about the other two? Okay, Splatter Shot. Splatter Shot and Roller both have a special called... They have a special called Splashdown. With that, your character will jump up and then come down with a big AoE around them. It's not a very recommended special because it's the... One, you have to be like right next to people to use it. And two, when you're in that animation of jumping up in the air, you're pretty easy... It's easy for people to just shoot you out of that animation. But it can be used well. Most people will use Splashdown to either refill their ink tank or just get ink around them when they need a burst of ink around them. Or if you super jump, which I'm guessing I'm going to have to explain how to do that as well, you can use your Splashdown as your landing to make your landing safer. What was the other one? Well, okay. Splat Charger is definitely the most metal weapon there, but it's also a very high skill weapon. Because you have to have really good aim. I definitely don't recommend Charger until you get more used to motion. Rollers, that can work, because then you can now one-shot people. Let's see, I'll have to back out and explain abilities a bit better. That's because, you know, just being able to kill people in one shot is incredibly valuable. Or fast kill times. The 52 gal is another pretty popular weapon. Because out of the shooters, it's a two-shot, a relatively fast two-shot. Biggest issue with rollers is they don't paint well. Actually, Splattershot would be a good option as well, because they buffed that in the final patch for no apparent reason. It'd be a good option for giving you more range. No, no. Paint is by far the most useful thing you can have. Because it doesn't matter if you can one-shot people if you can't move. Because if you can't move, they can just dodge you and then kill you. But you are onto something. You can't paint if you're dead, so don't die. One thing, like most Splattershot juniors, they don't stay in fights very long. They run. Which, there are different weapons have different weight classes. Splattershot Junior is a light class weapon. So, it can be a slippery little bugger. You can have a hard time killing a junior that's running away. And then there's also baiting people. Like running away a little bit. Like maybe you're coming around a corner, then you just throw a bomb right behind you. Then when the enemy comes up to try and chase you around the corner, they'll run into your bomb and die. Okay, who is... That dynamo was just ready. I only got 2 for the dynamo. Okay. You did well running away, but you cornered yourself. Ricky! Okay, don't do what Ricky's doing. He's being an immature jerk. I wasn't even fighting you, Ricky. I wasn't even fighting you. But now, you have my undivided attention. Yeah, doesn't feel so good, does it, Ricky? Yeah. One thing is, when you're going through enemy paint, especially with Junior, you can shoot a bit and then also you can change gear with this option if you want to get a new weapon. You just shoot a bit in front of you, swim through what you shot through, and then shoot a little more. Yeah, Skipper is kind of like that. You can fight your way and claim the middle. You've just got to be patient about fighting and also try and build your specials to get back in. Okay, you backed out. Plus button to get to your gear menu. Then you can change weapons and gear. Which, backing out to explain this would work. Oh, okay. You just... If you don't hit continue quickly enough, it'll just automatically back you out. Which prevents people who go AFK from just being AFK in the beginning of the next match. Uh-huh. Okay, you're actually using movement. Child. Yeah, get bodied! Ricky, get bodied! You're not good at this game, Ricky! You hit the X button. If you hit the X button, you can pull up the map. That's very useful for just keeping tabs on your surroundings. And there was somebody below me. Like, I can kind of see where enemies are based off of how the ink is moving. Get firm footing to fight. Child! You're not... That's not kind. Just... Quit putting your insecurities on display for everybody to see. Nobody likes that. Get bodied, Ricky. Stop being a jerk. Don't have to go out of your way to be a jerk. Just play the game like a civilized human being. I think level 4 is when you get Slosher. It works on most maps, or most screens. Okay. Ah, Shalom, Pablo. Yes, I was using Blob. Now I'm using this. Humpback. What weapon were you, though? Because I was not paying attention to a Pablo. And that's why Bomb Sniffer was a thing. does the star... Okay, that means we have leveled up to level 99 and talked to Judd, and he reset our level back to 1. 1 star, to be specific. I have done this twice. I'm working on my 3rd prestige. It's a good game, so it's not that crazy. It's also very unique. But you didn't answer my question. What were you playing on Humpback? Because I don't recognize the name. I didn't see don't remember seeing a Pablo. Double roller, double rapid. And you were just sitting here the whole time. It's 91 prestige. How do I... Okay, one thing you can do to help paint in front of you is you jump and then hit the ZR button to flick, and that'll give you a vertical flick. That'll give you some more range as well. And if you can practice it, it's a good way of catching people. Stop it, Kaga. Well, oh, okay. I remember seeing that username. Yes. Okay, I remember you now. Holding ZR and just running, you can also... You'll leave a trail of ink and a pretty wide trail, but that's not a very safe way to paint. Because that leaves enemy paint in front of you where enemies can just hide. Like what I did right at the end there, that person was just running with the ruler trying to paint as much as possible. I saw them coming easily, so I was able to just splat them easy. And now that that's fully leveled, I have my thermal ink back. You can run, but you can't hide. Reset your... Okay, there is only 1 star. In the game, it'll only show 1, but in the online app, it will tell you how many times you have prestiged. It's turned into a roller lobby. By the way, Ricky, I can see you! Mm-hmm. Child, you're losing pretty badly. Put the bad attitude away, please. Also, I have to return Link back, so... I can hunt your rude butt down. Blob plus therm. Yes! Yes, it is! And I love it! I love it! So for those unfamiliar with Thermalink, what that does is if I hit somebody with a shot from my main weapon and it doesn't kill them, I can now see them through walls if they're a certain distance away. I can see them through walls. Which, okay, before you think, oh, I'll just put it on blaster. It won't work with splash damage from a blaster or an explosh or even a sloshing machine. It'll have to be a direct from those. Yeah. Yes. Oh. Stingray is a special that also lets you see people through walls. And it can shoot through walls. Yeah, that's been a fun special for the dev team to balance. Okay. You're squid partying. Get out of here with your squid parties. Stop giving Gabe a bad name. Okay. Get out of here with the lag. Alright. Thanks for hanging out, Pablo. May the Lord be with you. Both of you out. Okay. I just play matches. All right. Keep improving though. Because one thing to keep in mind is I have 3,000 hours in this game alone, and that's not counting what I played in Splatoon 1. Which I did start from the beginning, and thank you for the sub. Thank you, Pablo, for the sub. It takes time to develop game sense, but it is something you will develop. You'll learn like where people tend to go. Which, looking at your map, because I can tell where the enemy team is moving based off the map. I can tell there are a couple people that are going to be over here. But I have range. Okay, they have lag. I have range, and they have lag. Okay, I really would like my jumps to come out when I press the B button. Yeah. Learning how the game sense and knowing where people are is pretty big. Although that's why painting is important, because you know where the enemies aren't? In the purple ink. So if the color, if like you can just keep map control, then you can keep it to where you have limited where your opponents can be, but they are going to have a hard time telling where you are. Okay, I can see somebody is trying to come up over here. Kaga already got him. Of course, it's an arrow spray. I saw somebody else. Ah, couldn't quite get my shots in him. But now I can see him because of my thermal link. And he jumped down. Also, if you have any questions, Hero, let me know. Over here, just setting up works. And there's that roller again. There is that roller again. Oh, Kaga and the... Okay, where is he setting up beacons? Oh, I thought I fell off the map. Uh-huh. How's that working out for ya? Why are you here? Okay, another thing to note is, you notice Kaga, when he kills me, on his shirt he's got a black ability, a black squid It's dotted out. That's ninja squid. That makes it much harder to see him swimming in the ink. Not impossible, but much harder. Okay, you want to look for these ripples for the most part. Okay, I finally want to get out of this lobby, so it's just way too many rollers. And I don't want to play anymore with these same people over and over again. No. The ninja squid, it does help. Well, help is very subjective. All right. Okay, see, as I move through the ink, you see these ripples? This wake? That is mostly what you look for when you're trying to see somebody swimming in ink. You want to look for that wake. But if I equip some ninja squid, oh, if you think that's subtle. Now you can see that the wake is much smaller. Still visible, so you can still see it if you really look. But much, much harder to notice. But ninja squid also comes at the cost of a bit of your swim speed. So I usually prefer not to have ninja squid. No, it definitely makes you a lot less noticeable. Although, yeah, you are kind of right, because in higher levels of play, Ninja Squid really falls off in how useful it is, especially in a coordinated setting. The main advantage of Ninja Squid is being able to move around without people being able to see you. But here's another trick. I just barely move my stick. I'm moving. You can't see me. You're going to have an even harder time seeing me moving like this than if I was using Ninja Squid. Because I'm not making any wake. I'm not making any noise. I'm just slowly creeping up on you. Although, again, the advantage of Ninja Squid is you're faster. Like, I still have to move pretty slow doing that. You lose enough speed. to make it matter. You lose enough speed. Because that little bit of speed makes a difference. And one philosophy that a lot of people use when it comes to Ninja Squid is it's better to be a fast ninja than an invisible ninja. Because even with Ninja Squid, you're not really invisible. But yeah, Ninja Squid, I don't use it much. I know how to be stealthy without having to rely on Ninja Squid, so like just between cover and swimming slowly, I don't need Ninja Squid. Okay, I have all these abilities. Also, I find your use of the word perks interesting because there's a high-level Splatoon player with a very strong case for being the best Splatoon player in Splatoon. And that SRB2 dude, who also calls abilities perks. Which, it is less of a mouthful and even easier to type than ability. So, it works. They're called perks in Call of Duty. He also used to play Call of Duty, so that's probably why he calls them perks. That is probably why he calls them perks. Because he also used to play Call of Duty. And he is also a huge advocate for motion controls, even though he came from Call of Duty. Dude, he has done so much to try and optimize his controls. It's insane what that man does. But yeah. The abilities and building gear kits is one of my favorite things in this game. I think this is a good... I have like 20,000 hours in Whoa. Yeah. It does make sense because they are perks. Okay, but speaking of perks or abilities, this is merch. He is your go-to guy for anything gear abilities for over a decade. I wonder how long COD has been around. Because I've been playing Pokemon for over 2 decades. 23 years. Yeah, I'm older than I look. $10,000 just a guess. Yeah. At least Pokemon's always kept time of how long, at least up until you hit 999 hours, which I've done in more than one Pokemon game over the years. 6,000. Yeah. Like me in Splatoon. I know in Splatoon 2, where is it? I played 3,020 hours on this account. We can add 80 more from my Smurf. And then a bit more from before I reset my Smurf. But yeah, this is merch. Let's see. So one thing, okay. First COD, released in 2003. It became multiplayer in 2007, added zombies 2008. Zombies. Oh, if you like zombies, then you're going to like Salmon Run. Because Salmon Run is pretty much the zombies mode of Splatoon 2. And it is coming back in Splatoon 3. So we gotta get you in some Salmon Run sometime. It's not open now. Okay, while we're on the subject of Salmon Run. It's this over here. Splatoon 3, we don't have an exact date, but we do have summer 2022. So this game released in July, like around July 20th, I think. So maybe July. I'm hoping for June, because I want it as soon as possible. But yeah. Let's see, we can go over to stages and see when Grizzco's next going to open. Okay, so this next rotation, I don't like it. I see Clash Blaster, I see Bamboo, I see Marooner Bay. I'm like, no, I don't want to play this. But the next rotation, it has Blob and Expulsor. I love those in Salmon. Yeah. We're gonna teach you how to play Salmon Run. Because Salmon Run is amazing. Salmon Run is also a large reason of why I got so good at moving in this game. Because once you get to higher level Salmon, there's just a lot of stuff going on, so you gotta move if you want to live. Listen to the radio. Oh, that is definitely something people wish they would. They did improve it between 1 and 2. In Splatoon 1, you had to watch the news not only every time you turned on the game, but every time there was a change of rotation, you would have to watch the news again. Now you've got to watch it when you launch the game, and you'll only have to watch it again if a Salmon Run rotation opens while you're playing. So if I were to play this game until 12 a.m. when this next Salmon Run rotation opens, I would have to watch the news again. I'm not going to play that long. I'm getting off an hour before that. Reading. Yeah, I just mashed through it because it's just... Like, you could just go over to this tab and you learn everything that they say. You can just scroll through in seconds. Look, it's like... You even get the next ones. Like, okay, this is turf, those maps. Next we have... Oh, okay, I might end an hour early. Gross! Yeah, I'm in a good hour early. That's disgusting. Moai Black Belly is a disgusting combination. No. Oh wait, no. Yes, that is what's happening next. I'll keep going as long as I'm explaining stuff, because I like explaining stuff. This is why I should make YouTube videos, because it would make... 1, I wouldn't have to explain things as many times. 2, for the people getting things explained to, they can go at their own pace If they need something repeated, they can watch the video again. It'll just work better. But that'll happen next week because right now I'm in the middle of moving my schedule. So I'm not going to be, like, I used to stream much earlier in the day, like afternoon my time. Notice people coming in like at the very end of stream, so I decided to try a later time slot. So I moved a few days to that. Intentionally making the game more repetitive. While I do this map rotation thing. Well, honestly, I don't know. Okay, when you think about ranked with the different rotations, and then how ranked works. I guess it's one, because of like how rank works. Because in this game, you have a separate rank for each game mode. See, right now I'm X and Clamblitz. It would help if I had actually played rank in a while. Now it's Rainmaker. I'm still X rank. I just haven't done my calcs. But it might be because of this. Like this whole... At least in this game. They had rotations back in Splatoon 1. But in Splatoon 1, you also only had one rank that was affected by all three modes. So yeah, having each mode have its own separate rank makes sense to me. And then with each mode having its own separate rank, it makes sense to have these blocks. Like, if I wanted to grind out Rainmaker, I could play Rainmaker for the next 2 hours and work on trying to build up my X power. If it's just random, you can't really do that. So I kind of like the whole block thing from the rank perspective. From the perspective of Turf War, they could probably do away with rotations in Turf War. Maybe, if anything, take the maps that are on rotation in Ranked and League out of rotation in Turf, but leave the other maps in. But it can also help, depending on your weapon. Because... like you go into a mode with a weapon, or you go, and then you just, if you're randomly given a map, you could just get a map that your weapon is just bad at, and then you have a bad time. Which can happen anyways in this. Because Moray Tower is... okay, Chargers... like the backline Chargers, they love Moray, the snipers. They're not so good on Black Belly. But anyways, we're getting sidetracked by so many things. Okay. Going back to Salmon, I definitely want to play that rotation on the 10th. We've got Blob, we've got Explosh, we've even got a Slosh. It's just a good time for me. It's just a good time. Okay, now back to perks before we got sidetracked by salmons. Okay. Yes, first, just a quick overview You can see all the abilities and then a quick explanation of what each ability does in this menu. So I'll let you peruse that on your own so you can figure out what's what. But while I'm thinking about it, there is a common misconception. You know how you can push a roller running behind it? Yeah, run speed doesn't let you do that faster. If you have a brush, this lets you do that faster. But not this. It's weird, but don't equip run speed thinking it'll let you push your roller faster. Yeah, it doesn't make sense, but I guess they decided rolling faster would not. I don't know why they decided. But then they let brushes push their brushes faster if you equip main power up. Which, okay, don't play brush much, but it's kind of fun doing that. Yeah, squid swimming definitely works. Run speed is better for splatlings because of how splatlings work with their charge mechanic and shooting. And they can also move quite a bit with run speed. And then certain weapons can abuse run speed, like the end zap is a common abuser of run speed because you can go really fast with an end zap with run speed. Anyways, I'm getting sidetracked again. These are abilities. But you'll also notice I have these numbers below them. These are my ability chunks. You can use ability chunks to pick what is on your gear. And that's where this guy comes in. So one thing I do a lot is leveling gear. If you don't like the abilities, or if you want to get chunks to put abilities on other pieces of gear, you can scrub. And then when I scrub this, I get the chunks. I get chunks of the abilities that were on that. So I just got 2 main power-ups and an ink recovery. Do the different clothings have... pretty much the only thing that matters with clothing is the abilities on the clothing. So you can see, like, there are different ability icons underneath each piece of gear. So you put the abilities on the gear. Each piece of gear has a main ability and then up to 3 sub-abilities. And then they, like, 1-star gear will start with 1, 2-star with 2, 3-star with 3. But you can also use sea snails to add more slots on gear that doesn't have 3 yet. And so you just kind of pick gear that helps your weapon the most or helps your play style. And then another thing about gear, okay, you'll notice that not all of these abilities have these multipliers. All the abilities with the multipliers, they can be both main abilities or sub-abilities. the main abilities are worth 1 ability point. Which, the term ability point makes me wish Splatoon did call them perks, because then they would be perk points. And then each sub-ability is worth 0.3 ability points. Surely don't allow us. Oh, they do allow this stuff in ranked. They allow you to use abilities in ranked. No, it is not a joke. You can build your gear and use it in ranked. And that's one way you can tell if how good a player is. Just by looking at their gear and what sort of abilities they're running. Because there are diminishing returns on abilities. The more you stack of an ability, the less each additional ability point of that ability you add actually increases your stats. So you'll notice there are some people who maybe they have like just 3 pures, which would be a main and 3 subs. Like this, but I have a very specific purpose for MPU pures. But, yeah. And this is a site that I use, like when I'm picking up a weapon, I look at this site and look up the weapon I'm trying to build a kit for, and I see what high-level players are running with the weapon. Can't even play the game without spending. For me, I love making gear kits. I absolutely love it. It's one of my favorite things to do in Splatoon. So starting a new game soon, it's a little bittersweet because I'm losing all the gear kits that I've worked so hard on. But I get to make more. Don't worry, we're getting to that. But while we're on the subject of gear, I want to show you the most, like one of the most powerful and busted abilities in the game. Okay, so this Splattershot Pro does 42 damage per shot with 100 hit points. That's a 3-shot kill. Enter main power up. This lovely ability. It varies weapon to weapon what it does. Okay, that's overkill. But for a few weapons, including the Splattershot Pro, it increases the base damage of the weapon. So now instead of doing 42 damage to a 100 hit point target, I'm doing almost half. And, okay, consider you take damage when you're standing in enemy ink. So if you just touch the enemy ink for a second, you're 2-shot to this thing. Or if you take prior damage, like maybe some chip damage from an ally's bomb, it also, trust me, this is busted. Or at least it was. They kind of balanced it a bit. Now you don't see this doing as well, mostly because you can't run other things. But trust me, this is good. No. You're underestimating the power of chip damage in this game. You are underestimating the power of chip damage. When I play K-Pro, I get so many 2-shots because of chip damage. And just being able to almost 2-shot. Although, that being said, I do play 52 a lot more than... Because I don't need to increase the damage to make it a 2-shot. It's just always 2 shots. Except at really far distances. Which is another... Damage fall off is a thing. Which is another reason MPU is good on things that it increases the damage of. No. You instantly die because... Well... You just gotta learn the maps. Learn the maps, learn where to go, learn where to fight, where your weapon has an advantage. Which is one of the reasons I really don't want to play this rotation, because the weapons I play don't really have much of an advantage on these maps, so... Nope, I'm trying to go back to the... I didn't spend 1 billion hours to get this. Although I also watch videos. Watching videos also helps. Okay, here's where you can increase reroll. To do that, you will need these snails next to my money. Sometimes it does queue a little bit slow. Although I've seen an increase in newer players recently. Although that's another thing. Matchmaking is a little bit based off of where you are in the world. So it'll try to match you with players that are closer to where you actually are. So that way there's less latency between you. One of the issues you were running into playing with me is like, you're over there in the Czech Republic, I'm over here in the US. That's a lot of ping. Okay, but gear isn't everything. You can still work. You can still do well with gear. Like with bad gear, like if you're just mechanically skilled, you can still outplay people. Gear does help though. Some gear, some weapons. Splattershot Pro is the main offender of being the Splattershot Pro and Dually Squelchers. Shalom, Danny. I might just take you up on that offer because moray and black belly is gross. Before we get to that, once you have chunks, you can then add them to gear in this menu. Yeah. Don't understand ability chunks. Okay, I'm getting to ability chunks. So you get ability chunks by scrubbing gear or some other methods. Shalom, nobody. Okay, so to add, like if it's the first time you're adding ability to a piece of gear, it'll cost you 10. Which I'm saving these right now, so it'll cost me 10. But if it's the second time adding the ability, it'll cost 20. You can see in the upper right of the gray card where it says it requires 20. And this is what I'm trying to get a final one. It will require 30. If you just keep grinding gear, you can at least get decent gear. Like, I really grind to get really good gear. Other things that are important about grinding gear are the brands, and then talking to this guy. These drinks will help you when you're rolling abilities, unlocking abilities on gear. These drinks will help you get, like, choose what abilities are very slightly more likely. These drinks don't do nearly as much as they should to adjust the RNG. But another thing you can notice about these things is you'll notice brand logos in the top right corner of the screen. Those are the brands that also favor this. Shalom, Selena. Those are the brands that also favor this ability. Yes, getting perfect gear. And you can also get drink tickets like this from Salmon is one choice, one place. I can't remember if you can, I think you can get some in Octo Canyon. Yeah, you can get them in Octo Canyon. And also the Octo expansion. But another, okay, one final thing on gear. There are 3 abilities. Okay, there are 4 abilities that I always put a sub of on every kit. Best off getting them from Salmon Run. Yeah, Salmon Run is the best, but unfortunately, well, you can at least keep playing Salmon to get gear and get chunks that way. But as far as getting drink tickets from Salmon, it'll take a while because you can only get a few capsules each time before it starts you into just gear. But yeah, chunks. Salmon Run is a good place to get chunks to help you build gear. Yes, Shalom. It is a Hebrew. Okay, I can't read Hebrew, so I don't know what that says. But I do know what Shalom means. It means peace. But not peace in the way we, at least in the West, think of it, where it's just like calmness and a lack of conflict. It's a much deeper piece. No. I just learned what shalom means. I'm like, I love this. I love this word. It's amazing. So what it means is like, it means being whole and complete and lacking nothing. That is the sort of peace that shalom means. And I just love that. But anyways. 4 abilities that I put on everything. Quick super jump, the orange squid thing. Ink resistance, which will help you from getting 2-shot by a K-Pro. And bomb defense, which it'll save your bacon in a lot more scenarios than you might think it would. I went to Hebrew University for a few years. I definitely would like to learn more Hebrew, because then I could study the Bible in its original language, though there are also other sources I can use to help me translate and figure things out. Christian. And then ink recovery is another. Yes, I will open up a league lobby once I'm done with what I was explaining. And then ink recovery. I always like to have a little bit of ink recovery just to help me fill my tank faster, which just helps me stay in fights. And then I started running 2 subs of QSJ because it helps me escape faster, especially when there's a stingray on me. Okay, but now we also have 3 people. But Selena probably wants to play Turf War because Moray Towers is on rotation. But I don't want a Moray. Especially when it's teamed with Black Bellies. It's like, no. Okay, whoever jumps in first. And then we can maybe play for like... Play a few games. Okay. That is also a thing. Okay, I'll stay in here so that when I get kicked out, it doesn't kick me all the way out. Yes, I am wearing a lab coat because I am the Splatoon Professor. Which is another reason I need to start making actual YouTube videos. To get more mileage out of the whole Splatoon Professor thing. Okay, zones. Pokemon style name named after a tree. Okay, I don't have that much. Lexbraig is something I came up using some Kingdom Hearts logic. Kingdom Hearts, specifically Organization 13. That, and I can also shorten it to Professor Lex, which sounds like Professor X. So a little bit of an X-Men reference. The Kingdom Hearts collection thing. Okay, so what this group does is they've been turned into beings called nobodies. And they take their original names. They take their original names and they toss in an X, mix it around, till it sounds. I'm also in turtle mode a little bit. Mix it around until it sounds cool, and that's their nobody name. Well, while we're here, I guess I can give an explanation of splat zones to our new friend. Which is the simplest out of all the modes. Name yourself after... I play Sora in Smash, or I've tried him. He's not as good. Like, they held back on Sora to get a situation where they didn't release a super broken character, and like what they did with Smash 4 when they got Bayonetta. They didn't release this super broken character, and then there are no patches to nerf said super broken character. So they definitely pulled their punches on Sora. So he's more of a mid-tier character. So for the most part, like, I like Sora. I wish he was stronger. He's not. Pyra and Mithra, though, are still OP, and so is Min Min. So I'll use those. Or at least I don't like fighting him. If we ever play Smash together, I will note that. It's the same two Splatlings. Except on this map, I didn't know you could walk on that. Stand a better chance. Wait a minute. I need to get out of this game so I can read. Meandered into the ring too much. Respawn Punisher on a really? Bad idea. Terrible idea. Yeah, this double splatling thing definitely works much better on this map. But if we can just stay... Stop getting away with Respawn Punisher Jr. Yeah. Vector. She can't reach across the entire stage. And there's definitely counterplay to her. Arms, because everyone can do it. Don't have an opinion of how fun. Decided to play Animal Crossing, and I'm just putting the same design on every wall and floor. Nice. Not long before I deleted Animal Crossing, I put just an invisible tile over as much ground as I needed to make sure no weeds could grow. And then Crown Tundra came out and was like, okay, I need space. Bye, Animal Crossing. Smash community is just... Yeah, she has lots of range. Dynamax Adventures. Yes. Dynamax Adventures was definitely pretty good. Story of Crown Thunder. Until 2 months. Nice. I think I did the story before really getting into Dynamax Adventuring. Okay, I'm gonna need people to stop jumping to their deaths! See, that is the power of a well-placed splat bomb. If you're saying anything twice, whoops. I was trying to have any friends. Our Spencers are a perfect way to hang out. I have Zygarde. I've had Zygarde in my list for a long time. I just had never gotten around to hunting it because I wanted to make it like a big special event. Because Zygarde is definitely one of the harder ones. Yep. I think the last one I shiny hunted was Ho-Oh, which I did get. And it was... If this is actually Kyo. It was interesting because I had a friend who was a mod on both Twitch and YouTube in my stream. But the day I actually got the shiny Ho-Oh, he went to take a nap. When he got back from his nap, he told me he dreamt I got the shiny, and then we got the shiny later that stream. And so naturally, I named it Brian after him. Okay, naturally we're also against the team that has potentially Kyo on it. Ah! Somebody popped it. I had to throw a bomb. Nice. Alright. Nice hanging out and talking, hero. A little bit with you. Nice talking to you. And... it's the same Respawn Punisher Jr. Get out of here! Yep. Respawn Punisher Custom Junior. With all of her subs being sub-saver. I was like, yeah, you're not really helping that much there, little junior. Which brand is ideal for Inksaver sub? I can never remember the name of it. Firefin. That's it. I have to think of the charger. Firefin likes Inksaver sub. I saw the Autobomb. I was like, you're kidding me. Proper backline would go a long way. They went for 2 backlines, which is... That's a pretty good strategy on this. Nice. Okay. We might have time for one more. But this would also be a really nice one to end off on. So what are you thinking, Danny? One more. Or end on a very nice high note. Personally, I'm leaning end on a high note. A very high, nice comeback. And that was a really solid. I love games like that. They're just nice back and forth. It's so close. We both, like, they got it down to 8. We took it back in overtime. All right. Because there's just no telling what matchmaking would do to us next. Thank you for the games. Thank you all for hanging out, lurking, playing. I gotta get to bed soon. But for those of you watching over on Twitch, I'm about to... I'll Lexbraig. Thank you, Danny, for that follow. Alright, for those who don't know, I'm streaming on both YouTube and Twitch. I gave up Twitch affiliate to be able to do this, so I'm trying to build up YouTube, so any subs over on there are greatly appreciated as well. As well as watch time. I need those two things and a lot of them to get monetized over on YouTube. So all the support over on YouTube is very much appreciated. But I also don't want to leave Twitch completely in the dust. Because the more people are here, the more people can also hear the good news of the gospel. Which is this. All have sinned against the holy God, and sin eternally separated us from God. But Jesus poured out his blood, atoned for our sins, and rose from the grave, so that whoever repents and believes will be born again into a new eternal life in Christ. Which is, like, sharing that message is also why I branched out to YouTube as well. Share it with all the people. Anyway, speaking of YouTube, I got to head out. I also have to find time to work on organizing outros and such. But anyways, about to head out on Twitch. No, head out on YouTube. Then on Twitch, we're gonna raid somebody. I see a friend who's doing private battles. She does a lot of private battles. So for those who want to keep playing Splatoon, definitely hang around. So everyone on YouTube, may the Lord be with you before I keep talking in circles.